Hey, hey, yes. A22,
The copy,
A22,
the control URL, and a key. Yep.
A22, yes. A22, yep. A22, yep. Hey, 222, 222, 222.
Yep.
Hey,
Is
yep.
copy Uno token.
Hey, yep. Yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Hey, yeah. Okay, it's red. Hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Hey,
Yep.
yeah, hey,
I've got
yeah,
it
hey,
open.
yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Hey, yeah, hey, yeah. Hey, yeah, hey, yeah. Hey, yeah, hey, yeah.
No, you're right. Is it just
Hey,
the
yeah,
Uno?
yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah. Hey. Two two yep. Two
Yes,
two
I do.
yep.
Yeah.
Two two yep. Okay. Hey yep. Hey yeah 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 yeah. Okay. Okay.
Okay, I've done that. Yep.
Hey two two. Hey two two. Hey two two yeah. Hey two two yeah. Hey two two
Which
yeah. Hey two two yeah. Hey yeah yeah yeah.
is
Hey yeah yep.
these ones here. Yep.
Hey yeah two.
Oh, okay. Yep. Yeah, I will do that now. But now I think I'm all good. Thanks you.
Hey two yep.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah
Yep.
yeah yeah. Okay.
No worries.
Hey
Thank you.
yeah.
Sorry to
Hey
annoy you.
yeah.
That's
Hey
as I
yeah.
said.
Hey
It's only
yeah.
the second time I've done it, and I think last time you
Hey
set it
yeah.
all
Hey
up
yeah.
for me. So yeah, it's beautiful weather today, so it's good. No worries. Thanks
Hey
you.
yeah.
You
Yep.
too.
Hey
See ya.
yeah. Yep. Hey yeah. Yep.
Bye.
Hey yeah. Hey.
Mm, yeah,
Should be fine. So
I can do it.
I am just sending you the report there.
Okay,
I do want you to have a listen, make
I
sure you're
can
happy
do it.
with it.
We can do it right now.
Okay, that's
Let's do it right now, so I can make sure I've got my settings right.
yeah.
Okay.
Hey, two three yeah. Hey, two three yeah. Hey, two three yeah. Hey. Um, yeah. Make sure you do have a listen to your feed every so often.
I do. I usually plug my AirPods in. And...
Excellent. That's beautiful. Not everybody does that.
Oh,
So yeah, I should be hanging around. I don't think I'll be bouncing off anywhere. If not, there'll be some here.
yeah, no worries. Awesome. All good. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Cool.
Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolangatta Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The gender V. The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolangatta Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolangatta Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65. The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunga Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunga Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent.
What a wonderful day. 150 years.
The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunga Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunga Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunga Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunga Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunga Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunga Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunga Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin.
Got a whiteboard marker. Sharpie to mark the kids.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the Royal Queensland Show for the 2026 Paraders competition in the schools comp. We will commence very shortly. As we mentioned, we're running 2 rings today. So the first ring, which is the ring directly in front of me now, will have those aged 11 to 13. There are heats which are up the front here and stewards at the back. Both have lists. You need to come in the class that you're in. Can you all please make sure that you're registered and you're on these lists? Because if you're not on these lists when we start, you won't be entering in the competition. The second age group that we'll be running is the school paraders aged 16 to 18 years. They will also be on first up in the ring just across to my left here. So I'll be using both these rings in the front. The one to my right will have the 11 to 13, and the one to my left will have the 16 to 18. They will all enter as they are marshalled. So if you are in the far left ring, so in the 16 to 18s, you will walk straight across the face of these rings and then into the far left ring to do your circle. Because of the number of kids, we do have heats, upwards of 5 per age group. We will pull at the judge's discretion somewhere between 3 to 5 per heat. Could be more, could be less, as I said, at the judge's discretion. From there, we will then run the finals for each of the age groups. Once the under 11s to 13-year-olds are finished, we will then move across to the second age group for the first ring, which will be 14 to 15 years of age. Young paraders, if you could please assemble in the marshalling area, we will commence very shortly.
The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunya Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunya Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL
If they
agent.
could please ensure that they're in the marshalling area. So everyone in group number 1 for the 16 to 18-year-olds, if you could please be in the marshalling area, make yourself known to one of the stewards. We are going to commence as soon as we can. Final call for school paraders 11 to 13 years, group number 1, as well. If there is any reps from Nudgee College, if they could please make themselves known to the tent, or students, if they could please make themselves known to one of the stewards in the marshalling area. So Nudgee College, that's for the senior division, but for all of the juniors in group number 1, school paraders 11 to 13, if you could please be in the marshalling area. In the juniors, if we've got Beaudesert or Amarnis College, if they could please ensure that they are present in the marshalling area.
Fun. Are we ready?
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the seniors in the ring, and the juniors are about to enter the ring in the judging of the Nutrien School Paraders competition. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors here today, Nutrien Ag Solutions, who have been a strong supporter of the School Paraders competition for many years. Mr. Terry Ryan is obviously in the senior ring at the moment, and we welcome him to the show. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have 3 judges today for the 3 different age groups. So we would like to welcome in our junior ring, Miss Monique Amadoro, and in our senior ring, Hannah Powell. Once they are all underway, I'll give you a bit more information about each of those judges. Ladies and gentlemen, would just like to take the opportunity to welcome our over judges here today. I will start off with our senior judge today, Miss Hannah Powell. Hannah Powell is based in Cargo, New South Wales, and operates Gundula Livestock, breeding, seed stock, and commercial Red Angus and Angus cattle. She works as the genomic specialist, Southern Beef Neogen Australasia, and has a background in agricultural media, including her role as a former livestock editor at The Land. Hannah has judged cattle across every Australian state and territory, with highlights including Sydney Royal, Alice Springs Show, and the ACM Sire Shootout. Her passion for youth development and industry leadership was recognised with her recent selection as one of Cattle Australia's national beef leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our judge in the Senior Paraders competition, Miss Hannah Powell. Given the sheer number of kids today in the Nutrien School Paraders competition, we are running heats. In each heat, the judge will pick out a certain number of kids, somewhere between 3 and 5, who will come back in then in the final. The judges may comment on each of the heats as we go. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome our junior judge today, Miss Monique Amadoro. Monique is relocated to Queensland to pursue her passion for the cattle industry and has since built a rewarding career working within a stud operation. With a particular interest in stud cattle and seed stock production, she has worked primarily with Santa Gertrudis, developing a strong appreciation for the breed and the people behind it. She is avidly involved in the Queensland show circuit, whilst also having competed and succeeded in many judging and paraders competitions around the state. Most recently at the Northern ICMJ conference, Monique was awarded individual champion in an industry-relevant category. Coming from a non-agricultural background, Monique strives to demonstrate that with dedication, hard work, and genuine passion, it is possible to achieve great things in the agricultural industry, regardless of where you start. Her enthusiasm for industry is matched by her excitement to step into the judging role at Brisbane ECA 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Monique. I'll now just pass across to our senior judge today, Miss Hannah Powell, for comments on the first heat in this class.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As mentioned, my name is Hannah Powell, and it's just absolute privilege to have the opportunity to stand out here on the ECA lawns and really kick off that the 150 years of the ECA, and have the opportunity to judge here alongside Monique and Georgia here today in the Lead School Paraders competition. I'd like to start by thanking and extending that thank you to the RNA and the Royal Queensland Show for allowing me the opportunity to come up here and really oversee an event that really brings me back to my grassroots. I'm someone that comes from a stud background, but it wasn't until I really got involved in youth camps as well as these school programs that I really decided this is something that I want to pursue, and I really gave it a crack. So I think these school programs are really an excellent vessel to encourage the next generation and people that probably don't have the opportunities to come into our part of the industry and just gain so many skills that translate not only from here in the show ring and back on farm, but through so many facets of what you're going to go out and do in your lifetime, whether it's in the agriculture industry or other parts, wherever you choose to take your journey forward. I'm not going to comment specifically on the placings of this class, just to keep it a little bit open and keep it nice and short and sweet. But I guess some key things that really drew me in on my top 5 that I've taken it through in this first class here today, and it was splitting hairs between another young lady in the back line. But I guess for me, when I'm looking at a parade, I'm looking for someone that's got, I guess, that overall calmness about them, that overall awareness when they get out there and move around the ring, awareness of where I'm at, where they're at, where the animals are at, and what's happening in the ring around them. With that, it comes down to that overall, that spacing, and I guess that overall softness of your hand, and when you're leading your animal, not jerking it up in the air, it's just moving with your animal. And I feel these 5 paraders that I've come to pull out in my first heat exhibit exactly that. They've been really nice in their transitions and stood up their animals really quickly and just kept a great eye on me, and really drew me into looking at their animals. So if this is anything to go by, I really look forward to judging the seniors, the senior component here today, and I wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll now welcome Monique, Judge of the Juniors, for a quick comment on the first heat.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I won't take up too much time here in this first heat. I'd like to pass comments at the very end when I've done my overall placings, but I'd just like to say that you've all done very well coming out into the ring. It's nerve-wracking, and a couple of them down the back there, don't get disheartened. You did very well keeping your animals in the ring or coming back into the ring. That is a really big thing you should be very proud of. What I was looking for today, these paraders up the front, they did very well, keeping an eye on me and their animal, keeping good safety in the ring, distance between themselves and the animals around them, always watching, always presenting their animal the best that they could, and they should be very proud as well as all of you. Thanks.
Thank you.
The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunya Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant
Oh, I don't know if Virginia's already got sorry.
And if we could also welcome the juniors for the second heat of the school paraders in the Nutrien Ag Solution Parader competition, 11 to 13s, into the ring, please. Young paraders, I'd just ask that those in groups 3 for the juniors and seniors, if you could please be prepared, if you could start marshalling. Ladies and gentlemen, I will ask our overjudge for the seniors, Miss Hannah Power, to make a comment in a moment. Just another call for the Class 3, the seniors, if you could please get ready while this is being done.
Well, in the second heat here, I just wanted to make some quick comments about some other key things that I saw highlighted in this class, and I guess what I'm looking for. I know I just said I indirectly didn't want to really give too much away, but I think it's really important so that those left out in the back know possibly what I've been looking for here today. So I just found in these top 3 paraders here, it's the overall balance that they have with their animal, knowing how high to hold the head, knowing how close to hold to the animal as well. I know some of the chains are a little bit longer, but I'm someone that I like probably a shorter chain, so I will hold on to a chain just to have that better control of the animal and that better overall balance when you're walking with the animal. I guess some other things that I was looking for that really stood out in these top 3 when it came down to splitting hairs was just their overall ring awareness and the spacing and the positioning of their animals. When we've got our animals out in the ring in any stud class or paraders class, it's so important that we actually remember that spacing so I can get between animals, and if anything happens to you, you can move your animal up and just not getting lost down the back line. So I just think the top 3 that I've pulled out have just really signified that, and those that I've just had to unfortunately leave behind just probably need to work a little bit more on that overall closeness of how they're handling their animal, lifting their animals up, balancing them out, and just that overall positioning and that awareness that I mentioned earlier.
Young paraders, I'd ask the third of the juniors as well, if they could please be ready, which is our final class. So if you haven't been in the ring, please make sure you are there to be marshalled. We could also ask the third group of the seniors, if they are ready, they can now enter the ring. Gentlemen, welcome once again to the
The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunga Sale Yards August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunga Sale Yards August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated.
And if we could now welcome our group number 3 into the School Paraders 11 to 13 years into ring number 1. Young paraders, as this is the final heat in our 11 to 13-year-old class, I would just ask that if you have been pulled into the front line, if you could please head to the marshalling area across to my right. So that's all people who are pulled to the front line in the 11 to 13-year-old ring. If you could please be prepared to enter the ring at the conclusion of the judging of this class. Ladies and gentlemen, I will welcome our overjudge for our seniors. Once again, Miss Hannah Power.
Thank you. Well, another really interesting class here today, but I think these three that have pulled their way to the top to go through the final have just done a really impeccable job. And I guess I just want to highlight some key things that I thought stood out about them. This class was a little bit clunky in terms of movements around the ring, unintentionally, just with animals not walking and whatnot. But I find these paraders were really good at when the class was stopped, they transitioned, they changed, they stood their animals up, and I think that's just some key tips for those that I've left behind in the back line. I think it's always important to remember the judge might not be directly looking at you, but there is always people around the ring looking at you, and it's always just above and beyond, always going and putting your animal in its best, showing it's off to its best of its ability at all times. And I just found these paraders did that really impeccably throughout the class when they were halted at different parts of the ring. Also, anyone that knows me and how I show cattle and how I get out there and parade, I know we have a show stick, but my personal preference is always going to be putting pressure on that halter and really transitioning that animal and pulling it up into that profile and asking it by movement of the halter. And I find they've just done a really nice job of that as well. For me, a stick is the last option to get that extra 1%er in that foot movement to really elevate that animal or scratch and calm it down or hit it up. But I just really want to emphasize that as we move forward, that it really is about that overall working with your animal, learning how to transition and then stand it into that profile and pull it up into that stance. Just also comments around the ring. I just think it's really important to really remember that it all comes down to showmanship too. So just being courteous around the ring and helping each other out as much as we can. So just hitting each other up when we can. And I think, this class was a really, really strong top line that we've pulled out.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to heat number 4 in the 16 to 18. So if you could please be prepared to enter the ring. But I would like to call on all the finalists in the junior ring, so those aged 11 to 13, if you could please enter the ring. The top line that is already there from that final heat will remain. But if we could now please welcome all the finalists for the 11 to 13-year-old age group into the ring. And I would ask that heat number 4 in the seniors, if you could please be prepared to enter the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, currently being judged in ring number 1, which is the junior ring, is the Nutrien School Paraders Class 21, which is school paraders aged 11 to 13 years of age. We have gone through our heats in this, so this is the finalists which are currently in front of you. Young Paraders, as I mentioned, this currently being judged is the Nutrien Ag Solutions 11 to 13-year-old handlers in ring number 1. In the second ring there is the fourth heat of the 16 to 18-year-olds. I would ask then that the intermediates, if you could please start getting ready, those on heat number 1, because as soon as the juniors are finished, we will move across to the judging of the intermediates. Paraders, while this is currently being judged, I just ask that if you are in heat number 1 of the intermediates, so that's school paraders 14 to 15 years, or heat number 5 in the seniors, if you could please prepare to start marshalling. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our overjudge for the seniors, Hannah, for some comments on the class.
As we progress through these senior classes, we're definitely seeing some really experienced paraders get out here and demonstrate their skills and all their hard work that they've been putting into preparing their animals and getting to this point. And I think in this class, I think it's a class that's filled with so many cool, calm, collected paraders that are just doing a really easy job. They're just making it look completely seamless when they're out there in terms of their transition, holding their animal, controlling their animal, asking for little movements. And so many of these paraders, particularly the 4 that have made their way up into the top, to go on to the final here. They just do so many of those little extra 1%ers that I look for personally. They're just really fluid in their movement, really balanced, great control, and they're not losing their cool little things. Get them off canter in the class. Splitting hairs just in the back line. I think it's really important to keep trying to draw me into your animal and that positioning around the ring. I guess some tips that as people are listening for next class, I really want to emphasize that positioning of your animal in terms of, yes, I want them profiled, but when I'm standing in your head to tail, I really want to be able to see your animal. So if that means actually taking yourself out and putting it in a new position, I'm all about it. It's always about putting your animal first and putting it in the best of it, to show it off to the best of its ability. So if you need to move your animal to get to that point, I really, really want you to do that. And it's the same. It's that transitioning when you're on the move to be able to pull up when the class is halted. So just really want to emphasize that as we keep moving through these classes. But I'm loving seeing the extra experience level come through in these seniors, and I really look forward to continuing on.
Thank you very much, Hannah.
The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunga Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunya Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated.
Yes, I am very short. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd just like to, before I pass some more comments, I'd just like to say thank you for the opportunity to judge out here today, let alone on the 150th Ekka. It's a pretty special occasion, and I am flattered. There is nothing to be disheartened about if you're in the bottom line back there today. You all did incredibly well, particularly in your first heats. Just as you get into the higher classes, it gets pretty hard to pick a winner. You all did very, very well. In first place today, this young lady here with the bull, she did incredibly well. I watched in her heat, the bull started giving her quite a rough time, and she kept it in the ring. She kept her composure. She was always aware of the space between her and the animal in front of her, and she was very aware of where I was, which kept her in the top place today. In second place, this young lady here, she smiled through every class, which really kept my eye on her. I think it is a big thing if you enjoy being in the ring, and it really kept my eye on her today. She did very well as she walked through the ring. She stood her animal up nicely the whole time, and that's why she's in second. In third place, this young lady, she also did exceptionally well. Nothing that I could fault, just over the top two. Sorry about that. As I got further down the line, it became harder to split hairs. It came down to things like the longer they were in the ring, watching the placement of their feet, where they were in relation to the animal in front of them, watching where I was. It's just little things like that, but I'm sure as they all grow older and they start parading and start working for studs, they'll all be exceptional little paraders, and you should all be very proud.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to the intermediates. So we will commence with class number 1 in the paraders 14 to 15 years. Once again, this is sponsored by Nutrient Ag Solutions. We thank them for their continued support of the school paraders competition. I would ask our first class if you could please parade before the judge. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to welcome Miss Georgia Perkins to the ring, who will be our overjudge for the intermediates. Ladies and gentlemen, young paraders, I would ask that the sixth heat in the seniors, if you could please get ready. But I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our overjudge, Miss Georgia Perkins, to the lead steering, judging our intermediates. Georgia was born and raised in northern New South Wales on her family's commercial cattle operation, where the dusty yards and the hum of her father's stock and station agency were her playground. From this, she gained an insight into market dynamics, livestock sales, and the importance of relationships. From a young age, Georgia successfully competed at many local cattle shows, which then extended to royal shows in New South Wales and Queensland, along with Beef Australia. She enjoyed competing at the National Santa Gertrudis Youth Show, where she was awarded the overall champion herdsperson 2 years in a row, along with the grand champion judge in 2021. Georgia has also placed highly in the paraders competitions at the Sydney Royal and Royal Queensland shows. Currently, Georgia has her own livestock data and cattle service business, which she established in 2022, including clients with leading cattle operations in New South Wales and Queensland. She is also extremely fortunate to exhibit cattle for Yugelbar Pastoral Company at local and royal shows. Georgia believes that when parading cattle, it is important to showcase the animal, promote the brand, and make business connections. She is a strong believer in giving back and has been invited to judge at numerous local shows in New South Wales, covering paraders, stud cattle, and junior judging. Her dedication has led her to be a group leader, judge, and allowed her to deliver educational lectures at the National Santa Gertrudis Youth Show for young beef enthusiasts.
The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunya Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The Gender View The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to welcome our overjudge, Georgia Perkins, just for some comments on the first intermediate class.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, my name is Georgia Perkins, and before I do begin my comments on this first heat for 2026 at the Royal Queensland Show, I would firstly like to begin by thanking the Royal Queensland Show and the RNA for inviting me here this year for the 150th year, and it's an absolute honour and privilege to be considered as a judge for this year. And I suppose it's a dream for anyone to come to the Brisbane Royal Show and have the opportunity to judge. But I suppose that dream came a little sooner for me at the age of 22 years old. So I truly am so thankful for the opportunity that they've given me. I'd also like to thank all the sponsors that make this show possible and this event itself. It's an absolute credit to all the junior competitions that are at the Brisbane Show. And it's truly, it wouldn't happen without all the sponsorships that go towards it. And to all the kids and the schools and the parents that make this possible for the kids, this is where it all begins. And it's an absolute credit to you to make this possible for you kids. And I just really want to emphasise that not all kids get this opportunity. So consider yourself lucky, kids, because there's plenty of school kids that would love to be here. And to be in this ring is an absolute accomplishment in itself. So I really want to commend you for all going in this event and giving it an absolute crack. I suppose when I am judging paraders, I come down to the basic fundamentals of why we show cattle. And showing cattle myself, I believe that we should show cattle to either sell the animal or promote the brand. And I learnt that probably growing up pretty early. I learnt that we're here to sell that and sell a brand and promote that animal. So I'm trying to see like a parader that's got their animal stood up and I can see what that animal is capable of and see the animal at all times. And I'm looking for a parader that is well presented and does that in a natural way, has their cattle well presented, and that's probably just what stood out for me in this heat. These 4 paraders that I've placed up, I've tried to make it a bit easier for myself as I have got 7 more heats to do. But I really do want to commend the people that I haven't put up forward. I've just got to try and work my way through this, but I really do commend you all for coming into this first heat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just while heat number 1 leaves the ring, I'd ask that heat number 2 for the intermediates, if you could please be ready to enter as soon as this class has exited. I'd also ask that heat number 7 in the seniors, if you could please be prepared to enter the ring. If we could please have heat number 2 in the intermediates into the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our overjudge for the seniors for comments on the class.
Thank you. Well, a smaller class here in the senior section, and I've just taken two through. It's been a really interesting class with a big variance, I feel, in this class in experience levels from the two that I've taken through here that are exceptionally experienced paraders to those that might be just starting out. I just want to, I guess, give some tips as we move around the ring and work through these classes. I think, as I keep emphasising, it's really important to have great control of your animal and always have that animal position. So everyone around the ring can see it, and we can really show off. I think Georgia just put it greatly in the ring next to us that it's all about promoting a brand and the animal and marketing the animal, and we need to remember those fundamentals. So making sure you position yourselves in a ring so everyone can see it, and it's just a courteous thing for the judge too. If I was here judging the class, I'd want to be able to compare each animal from an outside, just looking in view, not having to wander around or ask you to move around. So I just want you guys to really take those tips. I can't come out and talk to you all individually, so this is my way of doing that. We've also seen a lot of animals here that are probably starting to get a little bit worked up, might be their first time out here. I just want to also emphasize that overall, just take a deep breath. Remember, you're out here to have a good time, and just really try and work through those nerves a little bit. But yeah, really interested to see some more classes.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Ladies and gentlemen, I would ask our 7th senior class if you could please be prepared to enter the ring.
Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunga Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The Gender View Invitational The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunga Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant
Ladies and gentlemen, in our intermediate ring, I'd like to invite our judge, Georgia Perkins, to pass some comment on this heat.
Thank you. I'm just going to briefly touch on each heat, and I don't want to go round and round in circles, but I've put these three paraders up here today. They probably stood out for me the most. I just really want to reiterate and drum into young kids, presentation is key, and footwear is something that I'm pretty big on. I like a pull-on shoe. We could be leading the quietest cattle, and it's happened to me before where we've been wearing just slip-on shoes, and I know especially coming into any paraders competition and especially a royal show, I believe that everyone should have a pull-on shoe. And it probably just with these three paraders, they stood out, and I'm a big believer in first impressions. And they stood out for me. They were aware of me when I was in the ring, and they want to be there, and they want to have a good time, and they want to show me their animal, and they do anything in their power to do that. So that's probably what it was for me with these three paraders, and they just always had their animals balanced, and I believe that's an extremely important part of parading cattle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We would ask that heat number 3 in the juniors, if you could please be prepared to enter the ring once the current heat exits. And I said juniors and meant intermediates, but heat 3 in the intermediates, if you could please be prepared to enter the ring shortly. If I could now please welcome heat number 3 in the intermediates. If you could please enter the ring for judging. That's heat number 3 in the intermediate section of the Nutrient Ag Solutions School Paraders competition. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll now introduce our overjudge again for the seniors, Ms. Hannah Powell, for comments on the class.
Thank you. So I've only just taken 2 through on this this class again, just because we're getting smaller in numbers, and just being mindful of my final. And I have talked to a young lady down the back who I think's just done a really great job and presented her animal exceptionally. But we need to come down to those fundamentals and those safety aspects. And we've made the standard today that we've got to be checking halters, and there's just a clip that's slightly out there on that, but she knows about it. I just wanted to speak a little bit about I guess when we're parading around the ring and give some pointers as I have been throughout the day. And For me, I feel like in a lot of these classes that there is a lot of people getting really tucked at the shoulder of their animals and nearly that the animal is leading them. I have a little niece, and ever since I've been teaching her and mentoring her along the way, I've always said, Mill, you lead your animal, the animal doesn't lead you. And for me, it's a positioning thing to make sure that you're always slightly in front of your animal. So a key thing that I've been looking for here today when I've been leading, looking at these animals is where they're slightly ahead of their animal, not fully out in front, probably just that 45 degree off that shoulder, off that eye point. That just lets you to have a little bit more control. It also creates a really nice clean silhouette as a judge when you're trying to assess the animal. There's not a paraded tuck behind it. Also from that high perspective, you're a little person trying to look over a bigger animal. It gets a little bit tricky. So just some key little pointers, hopefully some take homes for some people that are learning on their way by getting out here. But yeah, just remember you lead your animal doesn't lead you. And that's, I guess, the key little thing that I'm looking for here today.
The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunya Sale Yards August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have both rings finishing on the nearly exact same time here. So we'll just welcome Georgia Perkins for comments first on the intermediates. There won't be comments on the seniors. We're just going to move straight through to the judging of the finals in the seniors. So I could ask that all of the seniors who have made it to the front row, if you could please be prepared to enter the ring. You'll enter the ring first as soon as our overjudge has finished her comments on the class of intermediates. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Georgia Perkins.
Thank you. I think I'm making it a little bit hard for myself, but I'm a big believer in encouraging young kids coming through, because at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, these are the future of our industry. And I am making it challenging for myself. However, I believe that these paraders that I have pulled forward are very well deserving of their placing here. And taking, like, the paraders that haven't come up into this this heat, I do commend you, and I really want you to keep going, because it is just my opinion, ladies and gentlemen, and it is, from what I'm seeing in here, can be completely different to what you're seeing on the outside. And I just want to emphasize that it is only my opinion on the day. And I just want to be a big, encourage these kids. So I am probably pulling a few more forward than I should be. But yeah, I'm really happy with the 5 paraders I've pulled forward. They all want to be here. They've got a very natural way of parading cattle, and a very calm way. They're very settled, and I think it was just the finer details of parading that have pulled these 5 forward over the ones that haven't been pulled up here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Georgia. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, we are moving now straight on to the judging of the Nutrien Ag Solutions School Parader 16 to 18. So we're into the final now. We've gone through 8 heats. We have about 25 paraders who have made it through to the final. We're just doing a few quick animal changes from the last heat, and then I will welcome into ring number 2 the school paraders 16 to 18s who have all made it to the top line. And once again, thank you to our sponsors, Nutrien Ag Solutions, for their continued support of the RNA Paraders competition. We will, as I said, bring in the finalists in the school parader 16 to 18 years next. I would just ask that our next group of intermediate paraders, if you could please be prepared to enter the ring. You'll do so immediately following the seniors. So as soon as the seniors are ready, if we could please have the senior finalist into the ring, which is 16 years to 18 years.
The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunya Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The Gender View
Ladies and gentlemen, that is all of your senior finalists now in the ring. I would like to welcome our next class of intermediates also into the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, just in the intermediate ring, I will pass across to our overjudge, Ms. Georgia Perkins, for just comments on this class. I'd also just call our next class of intermediates, if you could please be ready to enter the ring at the conclusion of the comments.
Thank you. Yeah, I have gone with 5 paraders in this heat. I think I have gone with my natural first impression of presentation and that sort of thing. It does cut these 5 paraders that I have placed up. They're very natural and very calm paraders. They want to be here. I really emphasise kids when you're in the ring, and a few of these that I've pulled up want to help the people in front of them. If you've got an animal that doesn't in front of you that doesn't want to walk, the young boy demonstrated that extremely well, where he wanted to give guidance and help to the people in front that animals weren't walking, and that's extremely important, where we're all in the same race and we're all trying to do as well as we can. But I think it's extremely important to come down to our morals and do that sort of thing and give that guidance. So I have gone with the 5, and to the paraders down the back, it just came down to very little things like footwear and just the way you stand when you're lining your cattle up and profiling and spacing and that sort of thing. So I think I've got my work cut out for the final, but I just am a big believer in encouragement, and I believe these 5 are very worthy of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Georgia. If this heat would like to leave the ring, ask our next class of intermediates if they could please get ready. Just going on in the main ring is our senior final in the Nutrient Ag Solutions Paraders competition. There are about 24, 25 paraders in that competition, so they're currently working their way through that. Ladies and gentlemen, in the intermediate ring, I'll just pass across to our judge, Miss Georgia Perkins, for comments on heat number 5. While that's going on, if I could ask heat number 6, if you could please get ready.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to really congratulate everyone in this class, but these two young boys stood out to me and they worked the work and they did everything in their power to showcase their animals off and themselves in a very natural way. And I couldn't not look at them. They are very appealing with the cattle and they made sure that their cattle were very well presented. And I think that's what made them clear people to pull up in this heat. And then this young little girl, I really, really, really want to commend you. You didn't give up. You're aware of where I was at all times. And she wasn't the easiest of heifers to lead at the start. But I really want to commend you for how you stayed very comfortable and you're aware of me. And I believe you're a very natural young parader and going to do great things. The people in the back line who didn't make it up here today, it just probably came down to a few safety things with show canes, and I think just chains and halters and just the basic ring awareness of where I am and safety and spacing in the ring. But a very, very good class. Thank you.
If we could please have the next heats of intermediates, heat number 6, if you could please enter the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has made her decision in the judging of the 16 to 18 school paraders competition presented by Nutrient Ag Solution. Today in first place is Emma Carter representing Scone Grammar School. Once again, they do receive the association sash, which is being presented by Mr. Terry Ryan from Nutrient Ag Solutions. In second place today, we have Heidi Zwers representing Negs. In third place today, we have Fraser Withs representing Scots All Saints. In fourth place today, we have Zoe Carter representing Scots All Saints. In fifth place today, we have James Ebbett representing Toogoolawah State High School. In sixth place today, we have Annika Hansen representing the Rockhampton Grammar School. In seventh place today, we have Byron Perrott representing McIntyre High School. And in eighth place today, we have Amanda Penfold representing Scots All Saints. Ladies and gentlemen, I will pass over to our overjudge now, Miss Hannah Powell, for comments on the class.
Thank you so much. Well, I just want you to continue that round of applause, not only for this top line, but for all the others that made it into the final here in the senior section. I think before I comment on this class, I do want to just extend another thank you to the RNA and the Royal Queensland Show for allowing me to come out here and officiate in the Lead Schools Paraders competition. I think it's always a great opportunity, and it's always such a privilege, and it's so humbling to have the opportunity to come out here and judge at any Royal Show, particularly the ECA in its 150th year, but especially in these youth events. As mentioned at the start, I've come through this school program, I've come through youth events, and I have a deep, deep passion for, I guess, creating pathways and developing the next generation of people to come into our industry. And I guess through that, just giving them so much inspiration, motivation, and an insight into what we do and learning from one another. I guess with that, I also do appreciate that it takes a lot of time and effort to come out here. So I just want you all to also give a massive round of applause to all the teachers, the parents, everyone that's been involved in getting the animals out here today. With that, I also do want to commend all the kids that have taken part here today. I know it's a lot of work to get out here. Hours done at school, at home, perfecting, putting in all those little 1%ers at home that really culminate here into this pinnacle event. That's really the final for a lot of you out here. I guess it's that overall grit and that overall determination that I think gets you through in life, and particularly out here in this show cattle world. It's all that effort that you put in at home that really comes through and shines here. So it's been great to be able to look over and see this great classes of seniors that have been just doing an excellent job, and you can really tell the hard work they've put in at home. I guess how I ran this final class here today, just for the sheer amount of numbers that was in here, we just needed to split it into, I guess, the top 11 out of that 25 that we ended up with. And I guess once we got those top 11 out, you really saw that extra bit of experience, those extra 1%ers that I personally look for when I'm looking at people to handle my own cattle or when I'm officiating a paraders section. And I guess that's the only thing that's got these guys up to the top. So I really just want you guys to know that might have been left further down the line, that you guys still all did an awesome job. Don't be disheartened. Keep going home. Put in that extra hard work, and probably get out here and also I hope you've watched or get into the stud classes and watch some more paraders and see what they're doing just in terms to get some skills and some extra pointers along the way. As we start talking about this top lineup, I think I've got 8 out here, and I think they're really an exceptional group that is really just split on personal preference. I really want to emphasize that. It's going to be personal preference here today. Other judges might have gone other ways, but for me, I just found these 8 were really exhibiting so many qualities that I look for in a parader. I've mentioned a lot of them throughout the day, and I just feel like, yeah, it was just splitting hairs between them, personal preference, but a great credit to you all. As we start talking about this young individual, this young lady that's come out as the first in the senior in division, if she'd like to lead out, she caught my eye in class. I know I was just mentioning to one of the other judges, I think she really just stuck with me. As soon as she walked into that class, she caught my eye. I'm like, that's exactly what I look for in a handler in terms of that balance. She's got great control of her heifer. You can tell they've put in the hard yards at home too, because that heifer responds to commands, and I'm really big on that. Put in the hard yards at home and it will pay off in the ring, and you can see that with this heifer. I love how she walks. She's got a great intensity. She keeps drawing me into looking at that animal. When you see them out there on the move, they're really fluent. They stride out together, and I really love that overall balance. She also knows how to ask that extra 1% of that animal as I move side to side. It's a personal thing. It's a little thing that you might split paraders on the end, but she's switched profiles. She knew exactly where I was, and I just think she's just done a really clean job, and I think, yeah, she was a clear standout here for me today. Similar in the second parader here today, I guess my top few paraders really started to shine as I stood there and waited and waited. They actually settled into a little bit more, and that's what I love to see. And this is what this young lady did that's ended up in second here today. I know a lot of people get out there and they get nervous. I'm watching them. What's she looking for? And I think this young lady, she just really settled into it. She also really lifted that steer. That's something I also look for, is lift it up, make it look really present, make it look really alert. She knew how to stand him up really excellently to show him off. But I guess it was that overall cool, calm collectedness of that young lady that's got her in second, and just that overall package that she offers. Third and fourth here, very similar in how they actually got out there in paraders, and I think that they both did an exceptional job. I like how these paraders really drew you into looking at them. I've just gone with the young gentleman on top here today, just for a few different feet placements and positioning things at times. I just feel it. He really knew how to lift that animal and ask that extra little bit. He also knew how to pull him in and really position it. It profiled a lot of times really greatly. The young lady in fourth, again, did an exceptional job. A little bit more of a sturdy animal, knew how to settle her, so I really appreciate she took that extra time to really speak to that animal and settle it down. I guess it was that overall cool, calm connectedness of those 4 out in on top that's really shone here today. Similar in the fifth position guy. I think he's just done a really nice natural job on this animal. He's a bit of an unassuming parader. That's probably my only tip for him. Like you probably just need to draw me in a little bit more, demand my attention. I know it seems so silly, but I feel like I lost you at times and had to keep going back and go like, oh no, he's doing a really nice, tidy job, and I just really want to commend him for that. As we move into the 6th place parader, I remember her in class, and she was in the class, and she really dominated for that overall, knowing how to transition. The classes pulled up, she transitioned, and she stood that animal up bang perfect every time. I really want to commend her too. She's someone that does exactly what I like in terms of pulling that animal into a profile and using that hold to pressure. I think she's done an exceptional job there. Just at times, and it's a personal preference thing in terms of that overall holding a bit closer and lifting that animal's head up a little bit more on the move. As we move into 7th and 8th, I've gone with this young gentleman in 7th. He just kept catching my attention. He's got what I call that great intensity. You keep wanting to look at his animal again, and he's like, come on, come back and look at her. And he's just done a really nice job. I really like them on the move. He really balances out really nicely with that parader. Just at times probably doesn't have the overall attention to detail of the others in terms of pulling into a profile and just some small things when we're moving around the ring. The young lady that's got here in 8th, I just think she's done a really nice job and deserves to be commended on that. Really calm, really just has a natural ability with that steer to just get out there and move. And she just needs to get those little bit top 1%ers, I guess I've been mentioning throughout the class, of those ones above her, and that would lift her up on the day. But I guess, again, in finishing, thank you so much for the opportunity to come out here and judge the senior classes. If anything, I hope you seniors take up the opportunity to possibly come out and catch up with me, guys. I'll try and provide feedback as much as I can, but congratulations to everyone.
The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunya Sale Yards August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunya Sale Yards August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll now introduce our judge for comments on group number 7 in the intermediates.
Thank you. I didn't get to touch on the last class because Hannah was making a comment on the final, but I just do want to touch on that. It probably came just down to experience with those paraders, and similar to this this class, I stuck with my guns in the last class, and it did come down to a couple of paraders that were quite good in the back line that just came down to footwear. I'm a big believer in safety in the ring, especially when leading cattle that aren't bomb-proof quiet, and it comes down to that fundamental thing. And in this heat, I've just gone with these 4 paraders here. It probably came down to experience for me, and these paraders just floated around in a natural way, and I believe they're worthy to be in the final. Thank you.
The Gender View Invitational
Ladies and
Bull Sale
gentlemen,
will
we'll
offer
now welcome
65
our
industry
final
relevant
class
Limousin and Angus
in the
bulls
paraders
at
14
the
years to
Coolangatta
15
Sale
years.
Yards,
So
August
if you could
15th.
please have
Semen
everyone
and
in
morphology
group number
testing,
8,
fully vaccinated.
please
A
parade
bull
before the
for
judge.
everyone. Contact your
This is the
preferred
final
GDL
group
agent.
within
The
this age group. So if you haven't been in the ring, you should be in now. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final for the 14 to under 15 years. So currently before you now are all of the heat winners who have been on earlier today. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our overjudge class for the intermediates to pass some comments prior to the next stages.
Thank you. And before I do make a comment, I'm just going to make an all-round comment. But I'd love everyone to put their hands together for this lineup of paraders. It's been an absolute whirlwind of a ride, but I think I've made it very difficult for myself looking at all 28 kids, I think it was, that I've finaled. I just really want to commend absolutely every single one of you. The top 10 I think I've got up here. It came down to experience and the very nitty-gritty things, just awareness, ring awareness. And like I said at the start, when we're showing cattle, in my opinion, I believe that we're here to either sell the animal or sell the brand. And that's how I parade. We're there to do a job, and I believe that the paraders that I've got in my top line do exactly that, and they're all quite natural paraders, and they know that what they're there for, and I really commend you all for it, and I believe our industry is in very, very good hands. So now I've just got the tough job of placing you, but yeah, I just really wanted to make that all-round comment that it's been an absolute challenge to get you to where you are today. So yeah, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the judge has made her decision in the judging of the Nutrien Ag Solutions 14 to 15-year-old young paraders. And today, the winner goes to McKenna Saul, representing Cultivate Ag. Once again, they do receive the association sash, which today is being presented by Mr. Terry Ryan from Cultivate Ag. In second place today, we have Annabelle Dean, representing St. Mary's Catholic College. In third place today, we have Lane Hosking, representing Holy Trinity. In fourth place today, we have Dusty Dull, representing Toogoolawah State High. In fifth place today, we have Amelia Beard, representing Scone Grammar. In sixth place today, we have Miles Gilliand, representing Toowoomba Grammar School. In seventh place today, we have Ollie Sherman, representing Scone Grammar School. And in eighth place today, we have Claudia Eason, representing Negs. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now just pass on to our overjudge, Miss Georgia Perkins, for her final comments.
Thank you very much. And before I do comment on these, I just once again would love to thank the RNA and the Queensland Rural Show Society for inviting me for the 150th year. It's an absolute honour, and I've thoroughly enjoyed my experience here with the junior paraders. And I would have absolutely any of my front team work for me and lead for me any day of the week. I really, really struggled to place you guys, and I really think you are so deserving of your ribbons, and it came down to the slightest nitty-gritty things just in that final lineup when I went head to tail, and just minor details, but I believe I've picked a line of paraders that are all very natural paraders and paraders that are very calm and relaxed, and I that's something I'm really, really focused on. Is we need our cattle to be settled, and I believe that these paraders have done that. The girl I have placed in first, she's very natural, and you can't not look at her. I believe she's an absolutely unbelievable parader. She's dressed impeccably. Her calf that she's leading, that steer, he's done up to perfection, and I believe it was just that overall presence, and she was aware of me. Her gear and halts is well fit, and I just think she's an absolutely outstanding parader, and has done exceptionally well in this class. The young girl that I have placed in second, it just came down to minor details. A very similar parader as they all are. She probably just, coming down to nitty gritty, had her show cane probably too high for what I would. But that could also be nerves and just that probably, show cane, and she just probably didn't have her heifer set at as much as, well, I'm actually lost for words, but she just probably didn't have the leg structure and leg set as often as what the young girl in first did. The young boy in third, he stood out to me when he came into his class, and I believe he's an unbelievable parader as well, and he's got a calf that just floats and stands, and he sort of just had it a little bit overstretched in that final line, and that's all it came down to. It just comes down to, like I've said, like we're here to present our cattle and showcase them to the best of their ability, and when you get down to the nitty-gritties of this, ladies and gentlemen, you do have to start being picky, unfortunately. And the young boy that I've placed next, he was another boy that came out in the same class as the boy I placed in third, and he stood out. Like, I could not stop looking at him. He was presented that female beautifully, and he's got beautiful experience, and he can move around the ring himself. He doesn't need that guidance. But yeah, he just sort of got boxed in, and that female just probably wasn't wanting to play the game in that last little section. But I believe he's very, very deserving of that ribbon. This young girl with this little female, I'd like to comment also, they knew everything, like every detail about their cattle, and she knew the age of this female, and it just came down to those finer details of leg sets and getting boxed in and that sort of thing. But yeah, a beautiful, beautiful natural parader, and a parader that's got a lot of presence. This young boy, probably not a parader that stands out, but a parader I really, really admire. He's a quiet achiever, and he's well presented, but he has that relationship with that female, and he wants to do everything to make her experience good, and I believe he's an absolutely beautiful natural parader, and I believe he's going to be a very, very good parader later on, and has that natural ability. He just probably, it just came down to those finer little details in that profile section, and his female just probably didn't want to play the game. But when we get into these finer details, unfortunately, we have to split you somehow. And this young boy, very similar to the female that was probably leading the little mate, the girl that was leading the little mate to this female, I believe that he's very natural as well, and he knows how to do it. It was just those finer details where he just got boxed in, and unfortunately he did get left behind a little bit there in that last lineup. I had two highly commenders because I believe that they're very, very good paraders, but this girl that I placed in 8th, she never gave up, and she wanted to be here, and she wanted to show that animal off. It was probably I just want you to be a little bit more natural. I really, really admire how good you are, and you're aware of me. Just be a little bit more natural and try and show that animal off. And I think that's all it was. It's all it was. And it's very, very hard to comment on these paraders in this line, because these are very hard to split. And these two paraders that I've got in my highly commended, I believe that you two are absolutely outstanding. It just came down to probably halter set, and you just probably got a little bit left behind in that final lineup. But you are absolutely unreal paraders, and I commend absolutely every single one of you for what you've done here today. And those that haven't made the top line here today, congratulations, because that was an absolutely very challenging class, group of paraders, and you truly deserve to be where you are today. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Georgia. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please put your hands together for the winners of the Nutrient Ag Solutions School Paraders 14 to 15-year-olds. Ladies and gentlemen, we do now move on to the judging of the champion school-led steer parader and the reserve champion school-led steer parader. I would ask, therefore, that the winners of class 21, 22, 23 and the second place getters of class 21, 22, 23, if you could please parade before the judge.
The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunya Sale Yards August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunya Sale Yards August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent.
We do now move on to the judging of the Ladies and gentlemen, I'll now pass across to Georgia for some comments on this championship class.
Thank you. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, could you please put your hands together for this champion class? 'Cause it's absolutely outstanding. I'm not going to waste your time any longer because it's been a long day and the cattle are getting a bit sick of it. But we came to a unanimous decision with this parader. It come down to experience and this parader, they know their animal and they know every little bit of detail and they present themselves and the animal perfectly. And it did come down to experience and just those little nitty-gritty things and balance and how to stand your animal up and present. And as I've been saying all day, is we are here in the business. We're in the cattle and meat industry, and we're here to present the cattle and sell that animal and promote the brand, no matter whether you're showing cattle for commercial perspective, whether it be a lead steer or heifer, or you're doing it for a stud. Especially coming from my background where I'm very commercially focused and I wasn't till later on where I went into a stud industry and I found a real interest, and I'm now leading for Yugobar Station. And I think it's just those finer little details that I know as a parader that this parader has gone and done, and I believe they've done exactly probably what I'm looking for and what all us girls are looking for, and we believe that they're an outstanding parader. Thank you.
Are you announcing Hannah? Or? Ladies and gentlemen, could you please congratulate your champion school parader for the Royal Queensland Show for 2026, Emma Carter, representing Scone Grammar School. Just while the reserve champion school parader is being placed, ladies and gentlemen, just like to take this opportunity once again to thank our sponsors, Nutrient Ag Solutions. And our reserve champion school parader this year goes to Heidi Zuiz, representing NEGS. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate your champion and reserve champion school parader. I'll now ask Hannah Powell for comments.
Thank you. Well, let's continue that round of applause, not only for our champion and our reserve, but everyone out here. And as I mentioned earlier, all the teachers, parents, everyone that's made this all come together. On behalf of myself and my fellow judges, I just want to again extend our thank you to the RNA and the Royal Queensland Show for allowing us to come here and be the first ones on the judging lawns of the ECA 2026 and the 150th year show. It's just it's a great, absolute, great honour to be out here, and we are very, very thankful for that. Thank you to all our stewards and everyone that's helped us out here. But I just wanted to continue to reiterate what Georgia and both Monique have said throughout the day, and that's that it's just come down to the tiniest little things and personal preference in our champion and our reserve. But taking nothing away from anyone that's taken part here today, I think the real winner in all of this is agriculture, because we've got more people coming into the industry, and I think it's really a credit to you all for coming out here, showing off your skills, showing off your hard work from home, and I hope you can continue on throughout the week and have some small wins. I guess when it came down to splitting hairs here between our others that were contenders for the reserve, we've just gone for the second place getter in the senior class. We just feel that she really matches our champion Parado and just really elevates the animal, asks that extra 1%ers that I know a lot of us were looking at for throughout the day, and I think they're just both really highly experienced paraders that have some great qualities that have a big future within the industry. So congratulations to everyone.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Just like to take this opportunity once again to congratulate our champion school parader, Emma Carter, representing Scone Grammar, and our reserve champion school parader, Heidi Zuiers, representing Negs. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank our three over judges who have been with us today, Georgia Perkins, Hannah Powell, and Monique Amadoro. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for attending. And thank you all for the stewards for all of your assistance in the running of this competition. We will commence tomorrow morning for the junior-led heifer judging, which will kick off at 8:30 back here on this ring.
The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunya Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated. A bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunya Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated. A bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The Gender View The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunya Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent. The Gender View Invitational Bull Sale will offer 65 industry-relevant Limousin and Angus bulls at the Coolabunya Sale Yards, August 15th. Semen and morphology tested, fully vaccinated, a bull for everyone. Contact your preferred GDL agent.